Hello, 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 and good morning, or whatever time it may be for you. Welcome HD, welcome CJ, and welcome everybody else. I am finally back to Tyrion Cuthbert. Family plans stopped me. Being sick stopped me. The universe tried to kill me a little bit. But now, we're back, and, as a bonus, I have even reordered the fancy tea that I love to sip on during some of these finer streams that we've had. And they even sent me a nice little freebie pack because I gave them a little tip, which they didn't have to, but they did, and that's nice. So I have lovely warm tea, the universe is coming for healthcare CEOs, and all is right with the world. Delicious, delicious tea. But it has been a minute for me. I very quickly, skimmed through the VOD from last time just so I could remember, the voices I was giving everybody. But I need to look over the evidence we have just to remember what the hell is going on. So I figured this will be a helpful, kind of catch-up for you and for me a little bit. Obviously, I'm an attorney. Garrick Pierce sent a letter. Letter's torn in the middle. Right, talking about how he knows Celeste McCoy's true parentage, and it wasn't sent to us, but we were the ones who ended up getting it. A map at the... Oh, that's right! I remember this goddamn map, this useless map where you're like, hey, how do the rooms connect to each other? Nobody knows, you just walk between the rooms. Where the hallways, there's no hallways. Celeste's testimony, she heard a... Oh! Also, I did a quick sound check, but let me know if the game is loud. It's very loud in my ears, but it should be okay for you guys, I think. Let me know if I'm completely off base here. Anyway, Celeste heard a suspicious sound, investigated, saw Arya Steelwind, who is, possessed, fighting the guards. The two fought to a standstill, and Arya pushed past her. Now, I've been thinking... Sounds good to you? Okay. Now, I've been thinking about this Arya pushed past her. My original theory, when this whole case started, was that, creepy goth chick, who is secretly a demon wearing a little girl's skin, that is canon, we do know that. I mean, Tyrion doesn't know that, but we, the player, know this. My original theory was that she was going to be because her whole thing is she wants to break Tyrion, because we have some kind of, weird celestial power that's still not really explained. But because she wants to break us, I figured to inflict maximum emotional damage, she would make Celeste be the culprit through her weird mind control power. That hasn't happened because she's brain-jacked Arya instead. But because Arya pushed past her, I'm worried that Celeste also got mind controlled, and Eris is just being very subtle about it. So we're going to, prove that Arya didn't do the murders by proving that Celeste was actually the one who did the murders somehow. And this, Arya pushed past her. That feels really unlikely when, neither was able to score a hit on each other. So, what happened that made Arya be able to rush past Celeste? That's got me worried. That makes me think that Eris was alright, my puppet can't beat Celeste, let's just make Celeste my puppet too. And that's just gonna be, she's gonna hear some kind of Winter Soldier, sleeper agent activation phrase, and she's gonna start killing everybody in the room or something. Except for Tyrion, of course. Morning, Tail. Glad you could be here. I know you've been very eager for this one. But, the universe tried to kill me for a little bit, so I couldn't do it last weekend. You haven't missed anything. I'm just getting caught up on the evidence to remind everybody, including myself, what the hell is going on. Okay, Garrick Pierce died in the prayer room from blood loss. Right, he died the same way that he murdered Celeste's dad. Transmutation and conjuration. This bitch, who deserved to die, died because of suffocation. That's right, we proved that she was attacked, basically, protected herself with, that kind of stone skin spell, and then got paralyzed and threw into the lake and drowned. Lloyd Von Sanctus died due to suffocation, because they burned the oxygen out of the room. That's right, that's right. Traces of abjuration magic. Oddly similar. However, it's clear the evidence murderer wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. Sybil basically is a healthcare CEO. But she was like the CEO of the justice system, and the justice system in this world is, dare I say it, even worse than the American healthcare system. So let's see. So this murder of Garrick Pierce, I think it's set up deliberately to echo Celeste's dad's murder, so that the long con of having Celeste under mind control pays off later. Murderer went from a common room to the balcony, then to the prayer room. That wasn't the most direct route. Inquisition discovered something was wrong, reported a fire had broken out. Also reported that Arya Steelwind cast a spell on him earlier that severely debilitated his senses. That's right, she polymorphed the young prince. They did not see this all happened at 3:10 p.m. Right, a number of the knights from the King's Guard have been knocked out. Because of poison, not because of magic. Demon Girl, we saw her for a brief moment, but there could have been illusion magic at play. I really think Celeste is gonna get mind-controlled. Or she was, and that was the whole reason that it got pushed past. But we'll see, we'll see. A knight was assigned to guard Beatrice and kill her, but he was the lone one who got knocked out. Eris was with Beatrice and has been missing since the massacre, which is extremely troubling. And then we've got everyone's spell compendiums, which I can refer to those as needed. High Priest was on his way to the prayer room, spotted Arya Steelwind throwing something out the west balcony. That was Chief Justice Lady. Attempted to enter the prayer room, but was turned away by knights guarding it. And he suffers from chronic insomnia, and so his quarters are soundproofed. Earth-like debris, that was how he established how she got murdered. Steelwind spoke with High Speaker Theon Arceus about their upcoming wedding. 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting, didn't answer Aster, so that was when she first got brain-jacked. Trapped King went to pay his respects at his dad's coffin. That's right, because Bro Prince is now Bro King. I feel like we need to. We really need to. Right, glyph a contingency set to trap him, and specifically him, inside a force cage, making sure that he would stay safe while his fiancée was possessed and went on a killing spree. Oh yeah, and this is Dragon. I mean, I feel like the Dragon, we can pretty safely rule him out. Young Prince saw the fire. Blurred his vision, went into a daze, unable to speak or walk properly. Only moved by crawling on the ground, no one saw him while he was in this state. That's definitely because he got polymorphed. I forget if that was made canon last stream or if that's still just my theory, but I think it's extremely well supported. Arya Steelwind has no memories. She lost consciousness near the westward balcony. Later regained consciousness when she heard Celeste crying over my unconscious body. Did not cast any magic before she went unconscious. The purple mark, that's right. And this was like given in some way to everyone who got mind controlled. We have her spell compendium. Okay, blood contract. This is what let her get possessed. Large empty space at the top half of the page. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron as long as they both live. And she did sign it, which was somehow, like, she somehow got bamboozled into that. Attacked him with a firebolt, and he put up a force field, and so they just set fire to the room so he would suffocate. Because he also couldn't leave the... Okay. I'm feeling... Okay, I feel pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. Probably some of the finer details I've forgotten, but the game will probably nudge me. Using the King's Guard teleportation network, you arrive back in Rathel. Due to Celeste's insistence, you're being escorted by a division of the King's Guard. Good. They definitely make you look out of place. As you walk through the city, you draw strange looks from nearly everyone who sees you. Sir, where will we be heading first? It's a little strange giving orders tonight, so you did it last case. It's definitely going to take some getting used to. What's wrong? There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what? Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah, I'll try to pace myself. Anyways, we should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles has returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyverngard. Alright. First to Freyga Manor, I guess. I doubt it'd be the Freygas again, but anything's possible, I guess. Also, pardon me. I'm mostly recovered from being ill, but I'm still kind of mucusy. Gotta blow my nose real quick. Gonna mute, don't worry. Ugh. Ain't that. Okay. You arrive at Freyga Manor, hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. After some asking around, one of the servants mentions that they appear to be entertaining guests in this study. You normally wouldn't interrupt them. But damn it, lives are at stake. Actually, a lot more than that. The future queen might... Well, no, she is under mind control. We gotta fix this shit. But you've already eaten up a lot of time traveling here. Whatever they're discussing can wait. As you enter the study, Tracker runs up to you and begins barking. But once he sees who you are, he... Stupid fucking Doge face. Once he sees who you are, he calms down.
Oh, hello, friends. Sorry for works. Tracker thought he smelled something.
He smells something bad. He smells the mind control that's on Celeste. I'm not crazy. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. You scan the room and see that Miriam is there too. And they appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leif. No, it's no problem at all. Her emotions imply that she already knows why you're here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Tyrion has the symbol in his... Oh! That's a good point. Okay. I mean, could be both. Could be both. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened? Of course, I'll do anything to help with Lady Steelwind's situation. Should I leave? No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi. Lord Asclepius is like, God damn it! Leif, I'm sure you know why I'm here. But I just want to preface this by saying that I highly doubt you were behind this. No, I perfectly understand. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. What are you talking about? It was clearly that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him? Make no mistake, we fully intend to. But I'd like to cover everyone else before I confront him. Let him be, Miriam. But it's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened. What? Oh, did she get dragged down to hell? Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has shown many times that he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see. Almost missed an angry face. I mean, Miriam Freyga's angry faces do, like, nothing for me, because that's just always how she is. Okay, thank God. I was about to be like, also she's a minor, and then it was like, wait, shit, how old is Celeste? Celeste is 19. Miriam is still 17. That's the difference. You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen? It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then, and Maranath has gone missing. What? It must have been the Empress of Discord. They're 10 years older at a minimum when it's from Japan. Silly Vim. That is the credo of the weeb, for sure. After you manifested Lady Steelwind's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely. Right, if it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict.
She sacrificed herself to save Lady Steelwind. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask.
I appreciate your trust, all of you. Tyrion is 20 and got this much experience. I mean, the whole thing is that he was groomed to be a lawyer from a very young age. But I have to ask, where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day?
Luckily, we were all together.
Me, Leif, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m.
But at around 2 p.m., my sister and Miss Ilmatter both went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmatter could do to stop it. I really do hope she's okay. She's been missing since the massacre.
You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything?
No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. When we arrived at the nave, we found Aster trapped in a force cage.
Did any of you lose track of each other during that time? No, we stayed together for the entire time. We did consider splitting up to cover more ground.
But the Kingsguard found us and asked us to stay where we were.
Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when this happened?
No, we never saw her.
Wait. Okay, new crack theory. I am less sure about this one. Eris has been missing the whole time since the incident happened. Celeste mysteriously let a possessed Arya push past her. Celeste got kidnapped. Eris is posing as our assistant. Because we have not made physical contact with... Well, wait. Where's the spell listing for Disguise Self? I'm cooking here, but I don't know 100% on this. Illusory Disguise. Duration 1 hour. No, never mind. Since it only lasts for 1 hour. No, never mind. That would be cool if so. She went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. That's really suspicious.
You don't think?
It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Cooking, but it ain't edible. Yeah, I'm a good cook, IRL, but every once in a while, even I make something that I just have to throw out. Not to mention the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter.
She's his what?
You didn't know? I'd have thought that Beatrice would have told you.
No, she didn't mention that at all.
Looks like Eris has a lot to answer for. It's still possible, CJ, but I would think the narration would give a little more in the way of, like, hints about Celeste behaving oddly to let the player pick up on it. It's still possible if the game pulls an Umineko or a Danganronpa V3 and is like, I'm going to deliberately deny you information you need to solve the mystery. Figure it out, fucker! I do like those games, just holy shit, there are some parts of those games that absolutely drive me fucking crazy. Oh, well, I mean, it's good to do when you've got time. Just give it a try on the weekends, Repu, when you presumably have a little more time, but yeah, highly recommend cooking for everyone that can find the time, but I get it. Some people do not have the time. I find it very meditative. I love being able to just eat the same thing for like 4 days in a row because I make a bunch of leftovers. For me, it's great. If you can even find her, that is. for that matter... Okay, invisibility is 1 hour, and you have to clap both hands together, but she could just be hiding somewhere with invisibility. She is a demon, so I have to assume she basically has infinite MP, compared to, like, a human. Not that it's clearly been established what, like... Yeah, there hasn't really been... There's been Mage Blight where you overdraw on your magic powers, but, like... I'm probably overthinking this. Anyway. I suppose I'll stop beating around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately?
How dare you! This arrogant little peasant. No, I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she were to share that secret with anyone, it would have been with us.
You didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye. Yeah, it's a very fair response. But you've been misled by it before. Nevertheless, we still have no idea who the patron is. I was actually meaning to ask you during the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to figure out who the patron is? No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made that contract with. I understand that, but why not just apply brute force? What? Due to the king's funeral, the king's guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes? That's right! I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears. That's really smart, actually.
Well, wait, is that safe?
Why do you seem nervous, Celeste? Or should I say, Celeste, in air quotes? There's only one way to find out. You take out your notes and begin looking at your list of suspects. You might be at this for a while, so you might as well go in order. You clear your throat in preparation. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide, release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Aster de Wivengard. Ow!
Tyrion, what's wrong?
Shit, 70% of the nobility is consorting with demons. That's awkward. Yeah, I'm apparently just gonna do this in front of them. You collapse to the ground as you suddenly find yourself overcome in immense pain.
What? What's happening to him? Lazarek, use your magic to heal him.
Right. This is almost definitely Eris, right?
Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that.
What?
And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. Haven't even started to have my fun yet.
Who are you?
Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you just this once.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Celeste made a contract to make sure we wouldn't die. Because she thought that... Oh no, oh no. I'm cooking, okay. That was the final seasoning I needed.
Tyrion, please wake up!
Celeste?
You're okay.
You most certainly don't feel okay. Or, oh, Ruby making a contract would be really interesting. But no, I'm thinking Celeste. It just ties everything together a little more neatly, for meta-narrative purposes. You can feel every part of your body aching. It's painful for you to even sit up like this.
Are you okay, friend?
Yeah. What happened? You died. What? I've never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are. If I wasn't here, who knows what might have happened. I don't understand. Ruby is fair. My money's on Celeste, but I would not be surprised if it were Ruby. Ruby is a great call from y'all. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict. Wait,
Was that the cause?
but I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm you? Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for angels as well. The divine edict is clearly some sort of divine magic, so asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie. Sorry. It's my fault for suggesting it. No, I was being reckless.
Please be more careful. I don't think my heart can take this.
Well, at least we know Aster wasn't behind this. You know, we've ruled out our least likely suspect. Good job.
He was the most obvious one.
Either way, you should still make note of this. Obviously. Anyways, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. I'll just have to wait until I'm certain of the patron's identity.
Just please be careful.
Anyways, it looks like you found everything you can here. Perhaps you should move somewhere else. You arrive back at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord. You probably won't need to investigate the crime scenes again, but you wonder if Aster or Lucio might be here. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. As you enter, you're approached by Aster, Alaric, and Lucio. How was your investigation? Are you okay? You look quite pale. Yeah, there was a bit of an accident earlier. You're a little too embarrassed to admit that you almost ended up dying. Well, try to exude more caution next time. Subtlety is for cowards, true. It's very much the Ace Attorney way, and the series is clearly heavily inspired by Ace Attorney. Like, Ace Attorney straight up has a murder victim called Dade Man. I'll spell that in the chat just to make it clear how truly lazy that is. Like, compared to that, their naming sense in Tyrion Cuthbert is fucking Shakespeare. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand. Why is everything you say so aggressive? Anyways, you finally have your next suspect here. But judging from the evidence you've gathered, it's very unlikely that Aster is the patron. Oh yeah, Shelley the Killer. Good call. Good call. Oh, the Killer. What a delightful villain he is, though. And of course, we got Winston Payne, Gaspin Payne. The list goes on. You do wonder if he saw something, though. Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert? Oh, sorry. After he attacked you in Frega Manor, you've always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Celeste's reflexes, he might have very well killed you that day. I'm not gonna attack you again. I didn't have much of a breakfast, but this is all the sustenance I need. Thank you, game, for this blessing. I'm just gonna... Give me a minute, chat. Alright, moving on. Here, pal. I hope you can understand my uneasiness. You did almost kill me the first time we met. What? That's not... It's because you're a Heavensborn. What? What did he mean by this? What does me being a Heavensborn have to do with this? Difficult to explain to someone like you. The warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Till I met you and Beatrice Frigg as familiar, and I thought those stories were complete nonsense. Me and Maranath? As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. Wow, I never would have guessed that. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes. We're dealing with fucking demons right in front of us, Lucio. What are you talking about? But I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human. So that's why you attacked me? I was exuding a threatening aura? It was actually the opposite. Your aura was too calming and benign. Thought it must be some kind of trick or illusion. Okay, actually, never mind. I'm 100% on board with Lucio now. Like, this has absolutely gotten me into trouble a time or six, but anytime I meet someone and they're just, like, super friendly and, like, very, like, helpful, I'm immediately like, what do you want from me? That's suspicious? No one is that nice? So, I get it, Lucio, I get it.
I see. That's quite an astounding ability.
What about you, McCoy?
What?
Did you not sense a similar aura when you first met him?
Is that true?
Well...
Wow, there's a really fancy carriage outside. Wonder who it belongs to. Oh, there's someone inside the inn, too. Is that guy visiting my dad? Oh wow, he's kinda cute.
Yeah?
It was kind of similar.
She just noticed my rippling muscles in my brain. Tyrion is a soft boy. For some reason, you feel a little embarrassed. Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here. God damn it. I forgot Aster was like this.
It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyverngard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Of course. My apologies, Lord Steelwind.
Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point.
Really?
A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress, after all.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless.
Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster? No, I haven't. One thing that it just hit me just now, like, it's probably just kind of part of Tyrion's character, where he really doesn't respect the nobility, but it's kind of wild how he just, like, immediately goes first name with almost every noble that he is even remotely friendly with. Aster's nearly 10 years older than Miriam Frege. Really? Miriam, 17. Huh. Yep. That's true.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
Yes, I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely. So your men were guarding the late king's coffin. No shit, Tyrion. Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage, although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There were also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both force cage and glyph of contingency, and many of them fell comatose during the massacre. So we don't even know if one of them betrayed us.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when put through enough stress.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means we have no way of telling when that glyph of contingency was set. Yeah, if only we knew someone with illusion magic, right? I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? We make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set. Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try to destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage. Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or His Majesty's firebolt. I'm terribly sorry about that.
That would be real sus if we didn't basically have 100% confirmation that he wasn't consorting with demons. Okay. Traces of illusion might imply that someone hid themselves from the guards as he set this trap. Okay. You can't blame him for reacting like that, but it's going to make figuring out who did this that much more difficult. Damn it, King! Have either of you spoken to Arya since the trial?
We have. I think she's doing the best she can, all things considered.
No thanks to you. You're prosecuting your fucking daughter! What do you mean, no thanks to you?
What? She's only in this situation because of you.
Lucio, that's not... me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her. Thank you! Get his ass!
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person that she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her. She instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom. Ever since this started, all you've done is insult her. True. He could have a contract with a lesser demon. But you know nothing about her, and she's far stronger than you realize. Despite her lineage, she's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path? She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? She wanted to fix our justice system. She could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tymora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. I know why she became a prosecutor. She thought if she became like your idol and defeated her, that you might finally notice her.
Oh my god, she straight up became a prosecutor to have Senpai notice her. That's really sad, actually.
You're wrong, Lucio. Arya Steelwind would never care about me that much. Are you seriously that dense? When you were still engaged to Lady Freyga, you flaunted your relationship in front of my daughter with no regard for her feelings. I remember each and every time I heard her silently crying in her quarters because of how oblivious you are. She's changed every part of herself in order to please you.
Is he getting angry on her behalf? Yeah.
I had no idea. My daughter is far stronger than any of us. But she's weak when it comes to you.
Lucio, there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves. Please, stay focused on the investigation. It seems that he cares for Arya a lot more than you realized. And the eye shows that his feelings are genuine. He's really caught in an impossible situation. Like, they're kind of making him out to be the bad guy, and yeah, he's kind of a bad guy, but I can sympathize with him at least a little bit. But then why is he doing everything he can to convict her? A good bad guy, yeah. He's doing bad things, but for the right reasons, I think. Because he's putting country over daughter here. Which, that's a horrible position to be in, but like, he doesn't want a murderer or a demon-possessed person to be sitting on the throne next to the king. Lucio has a blood contract.
The mood is a little tense. I must ask you, Cuthbert, Why are you going to such lengths for my daughter?
What do you mean?
Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the ire of both the nobility, whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning?
Lucio, I'm not planning anything.
Please, do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart?
Well...
Scaled Lord. You actually are doing it for that reason. This is what all Heavensborn are like?
I don't like thinking about it that way. Just can't stand by while I see injustice taking place. Even if you're standing in my way, I'll do whatever it takes to save Arya.
Celeste's like, I want him to talk that way about me.
I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely.
I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Anyways, it appears that you still have no idea who set that trap for Aster. Judging from the spell compendiums you have, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. But the patron could also be a mage. That means that they could have set that trap too. Either way, it looks like you won't be getting any new information here. You highly doubt the person who orchestrated this is any of the people you've met thus far. There's one last person you need to talk to. You make your way back to the alleyway that Timora brought you to a month ago. It'd be too conspicuous to bring the King's Guard with you, so they've hidden themselves in a building nearby. You really think... Well, we know the Eye Taker is dead because of the stinger from Case 4. But do you really think, Tyrion, you're operating under the assumption that, like... Oh yeah, an agent of the court, who's incredibly justice-motivated, discovered my criminal safe house. Let's definitely keep using this place as a safe house? Do you think he's stupid? They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold and channel her magic into. If she ever stops focusing her magic into it, the King's Guard will be notified and they'll storm the building.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's do this. The Eye Taker is your prime suspect. Everyone else has an alibi and lacks a motive. Don't know about that. House Frege definitely has a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. You don't want to suspect her, but her father is a criminal. She still hasn't turned up since the massacre. Alright. On 3. 1, 2, 3! Celeste could be Heavensborn, actually. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe. What?
There's no one here.
Damn it! Of course he's not here. You betrayed him and you knew where his hideout was. You take a close look at the desk he was sitting at during your previous visit. There's a thick layer of dust on it. Doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day you convicted Beatrice.
I guess there's no point in staying hidden anymore.
You see Celeste toss the King's Guard's runestone onto the ground. A few seconds later, you hear the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards your location. Freeze! In the name of the Wyvern Guard! You see him freeze as he scans the room and sees no one else there. Be careful, sir! They appear to have turned themselves invisible! They're not here, you idiot! Oh! You let out a frustrated sigh as you take a seat on a chair nearby. A cloud of dust is launched into the air as you do so. He had the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means nor the motive to do this. You keep saying no motive. They would be toppling the now queen, or the future queen, they're not married yet, the future queen of the kingdom. It could be a power play from any of the nobility, seeking to create a power vacuum to either get the king's ear or set the king up with their own bridal candidate. All of these nobles have motive. All of these nobles have motive. Tyrion is being very, very naive here. Which, honestly, on the ball for him, but whatever. Sorry, I'm so goddamn mucusy this morning. But he's probably long gone by now. It's over.
I'm sorry. But you did everything you could, didn't you?
But it wasn't good enough. Part of you knew that it was a long shot. If he were involved in this, he'd definitely keep his head down. What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. Ruby. Wait a minute. Actually, there is one person who might know where he is. Except search the High Priest's room, yeah.
What do you... Wait, you don't mean...
At this point, it's the only option we have.
Are you sure? You two aren't exactly...
I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. You're not looking forward to seeing her again. At least that's what you keep telling yourself. You'll have to process these feelings later. Yeah, come on, Tyrion, be a man. Bottle your emotions up until they destroy you from the inside. You have a job to do. Tymora Law Offices. First time we've seen the law offices. Looks very nice. You arrive at the office of Tymora's law firm. According to Arya, Tymora is still practicing, so it looks like she hasn't gone into hiding like the Eye Taker apparently did. And if anyone knows where he currently is, she will. You bring your hand up to knock on the door, but you stop for a moment. Sir? After everything that's happened, you still don't feel ready to face her. For the past month, all those things you said to her keep replaying in your mind. Develop a drinking problem? He's just like me. He's just like me for real. Wait, can Tyrion drink? He is only 20, but we actually don't know the drinking laws in the kingdom. You feel the familiar warmth of Celeste's hand again. You take a deep breath and steel your resolve. You knock on the door. Every moment of silence thereafter fills you with anxiety and dread.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
I have to replace the nicotine with something. Unfortunate.
But I'm not currently accepting clients at... Cuthbert? Oh, no. She's a little happy to see us still. She thinks we're here to make up. Oh no, Ruby, honey. She looks completely frozen for a while, but her gaze narrows as she notices the legion of knights escorting you. Are you here to arrest me?
No, of course not.
Can we come in? Yes, of course.
You take a seat inside the office, but you can't really think of anything to say. And the knights aren't really helping to alleviate the tension. Hey, Celeste, could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building?
What? But... Are you sure?
I am.
But what if something happens?
Celeste, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wyverngard. I think I'll be fine.
No, but... Sorry, you're right.
I'll just... With a motion of her hand, the knights follow her out of the office. Right before she leaves, she waits at the door and looks at you for a while. But after a while, she realizes how long she's been staring and quickly closes the door. She is such a dork. I love her. Now then, let's get this over with. Hi, Mom. Did you know I'm an attorney? Oh. It's not letting me present anything. Small talk?
Is Celeste okay? She seems a bit on edge right now.
Yeah, I think she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her. I did almost die a few times in the last few days.
What?
It's a long story. And I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you. That last part came out with a little more disdain than you intended. You take a deep breath. I received your letters.
Oh, did you...
I haven't gotten a chance to read them yet.
Of course, whenever you're not busy.
This is really awkward. But you were gonna have to have this conversation sooner or later. Perhaps it would be best to just be direct. Miss Timora, I trusted you. I know. I trusted you. I told you everything about myself. I put all of my hopes into you, and you lied to me. You told a criminal about the Eye of Horus. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to tell you about it, and you knew that. Why did you even adopt me? You could have just left me in Arnax and moved on with your life. Why would you pull me into this? It sounds like she's trying to look for an answer, but nothing comes to her. I've started thinking about what my life could have been like. I could have done so many things. I might have been able to move on from losing my mother. But you adopted me. You made my entire life focused around that one moment. Maybe, Tail? Maybe. But...
I had a son once. Before you, I mean.
What?
I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's. My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us.
Wait, you ran a tea shop?
I know, it's ridiculous now that I think about it. But I was really happy back then.
What happened?
One night, a local nobleman had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but the Inquisition swept that entire case under the rug, obviously. They said that the nobleman felt threatened and acted in self-defense.
She never told you about this before. What was his name?
It was Ryan.
Oh. Oh my god, Tyrion, Ryan. Him also being an abandoned little kid. It was purely emotion. She was not being cold and calculating when she took you in, Tyrion. Some guy named Ryan. Yeah. We need to summon her dead son into the chat by having Ryan appear, but no. Ryan only appears when I play games that he likes. That's the rule. What did you do after Ryan died?
I thought long and hard about what I wanted to do. I was hurt and blinded by rage, so I decided I would take justice into my own hands.
Wait, you didn't...
No. At the time, I thought that killing him would be too easy. I broke into his manor and found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized that there was a way to make them pay. You didn't have to harm or kill anyone. You could just beat them at their own game. You could use the rules and laws they made against them.
Just like an attorney.
Yeah, just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyverngard's laws, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients who were clearly being framed by the nobility. But I really didn't care about saving them. I just wanted to see the look on each noble's face when I implicated them with irrefutable evidence. But it got more difficult. As I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential.
Like an ace attorney. Yeah.
I continued to acquit my clients, but the trials got closer and closer each time. But I was arrogant, and I felt invincible. I thought that no matter what happened, justice would prevail.
Isn't this reminding you a little of someone, Tyrion? Whether man, king, or god?
And then your mother's case happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of making you feel happy, no matter what kind of mood you were in.
Yeah. I remember.
But I failed her, and I failed you.
The Oh my god, it is the Edgeworth arm grab, and she even wears a cravat. God damn it, Repu, I can't unsee it now. Miss Tymora, I never once blamed you for what happened.
I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. She was executed because I didn't do enough.
Is that when you started working with the Eye Taker? You started to realize you had to work outside the law to reform the law?
When you asked me to train you to be an attorney, I was blinded by my desperation. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted anyone, to carry this burden with me. So how pathetic must I have been that I'd look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted revenge on the nobility. But I was too self-centered to realize that you were nothing like me. You care about people. You cared more about saving your clients than harming the nobility. I think I knew all along, but I just refused to see it. Maybe you were right about me.
What?
Maybe I was just using you to make myself feel better. I took you from your home and forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. Maybe I never really cared. If I did care about you, I would have never pulled you into a life like this. I'm sorry, and I can't begin to apologize for doing that to you.
The eye shows that her feelings are genuine. But does that even matter at this point? I've been thinking long and hard about this. I want to forgive you, Miss Tymora, but I don't know if I can.
I don't blame you.
But I want to try. She looks away from you for a moment as she wipes a single tear. Miss Tymora...
No, don't call me that.
What?
If you can truly find it in your heart to forgive me, I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior, nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. So call me by my first name.
Oh. Okay, Ruby? Saying it feels really strange after all these years. I get it. It's still weird when I talk about my mom to other people. And I have to, like, force myself to use her name rather than just calling her mom. Even though I'm as old as I am. Call me mommy. God damn it, Repu. Down, girl. But you hope you can get used to it. Right. I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here.
What is it?
I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something.
Okay.
I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker.
Tyrion?
I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more.
Tyrion?
But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you.
Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead.
What?
He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians.
What?
Everyone's saying that it was some sort of retaliation from House Frege. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you?
But Eris said... Wait a minute.
By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh, thank you.
Then why would Eris say that? Eris? Who's Eris?
What? You've met her before. She has long black hair and she wears a black dress. And I suppose she really likes black. But anyway, she's the Eye Taker's daughter.
Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair.
What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial.
That's right. What are you talking about? She was never at that meeting.
What? What is going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. Why are you remembering things differently? I'm sorry, Lucio. Whoever this patron is, they have full ownership of her mind. They could have easily commanded her to forget signing the contract in the first place. Oh no. Ruby, no, what have you done? CJ, Tail, I think you were right. That's probably why she can't remember what happened during the massacre.
No. Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
A part of you really hopes that you're wrong about this. Ruby signed a blood contract. Ruby signed a birth certificate! That's the only explanation you can think of. But why? Her memories seem intact except for her memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, you've highly suspected that she was involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. But you never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater? Eris Ilmater is the Empress of Discord. A flood of memories come back to you. Warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. I thought those stories were complete hogwash until I met you and Beatrice Frege's familiar.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. When I'm near Eris, none of those creatures even come close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this.
It's to be expected. Not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
There's still very little you know about demons. So what's to say that one can't take the appearance of a human? But it's still a long shot. But there is one way to find out for sure.
Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong?
Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall unconscious, I need you to call Celeste and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke.
Well, what?
If you're wrong about this, there's no way either of them will get here in time, but it's already late and the trial resumes tomorrow. You can't waste any more time traveling to either of their locations. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tymora.
So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion.
This entire time, I've been chasing you.
You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around.
You've been making contracts with people across Wyverngard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. But why? Why would you want to do any of this?
Oh, I can't possibly reveal all my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle.
You.
but I suppose that you've come this far. So how about I give you a little gift?
Upon signing this contract, Rube Tamora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Timora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. It's signed with Ruby Timora's name. We finally got there.
What was that?
Ruby, Eris Ilmater's a demon. She's not just any demon, she's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her.
What? Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this.
I know. She probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya.
Arya? What does the prosecutor have to do with this?
Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to...
What are you holding? Is that a blood contract?
Celeste. Eris is the Empress of Discord.
What?
It was her the entire time! She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract with her. She probably controlled her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre.
What?
Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time. But how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Maranath.
I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon.
Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that.
We'll need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she is really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It's already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. We'll need to speak with the Archduke about this. It's true, but Tyrion's like half-blooded. I'm operating under the assumption that Eris is full demon. Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know.
Yeah, of course.
Celeste, let's meet up with everyone. We'll need to discuss our next course of action.
Right.
You're about to leave Ruby's office when she stops you.
Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately?
Yeah. I can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case.
It's just that...
What's wrong?
Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. I think I'm just being my usual paranoid self. I'm not the one with the ability to read minds anyways. So if you're not seeing it, it's probably nothing.
Okay.
I know you can't tell me about what you're doing. Now I have no idea what could possibly involve the Kingsguard, Steelwind, and the Empress of Discord. But just stay safe, okay?
Yeah. Contract being to protect Tyrion is, yeah. But then again, we have her contract, and it doesn't give her any benefit. I really think Celeste signed a contract.
You're the only family I have left.
I will. I promise.
Thank you.
You finally found the lead you've been looking for. But you're not sure where this will take you. Knowing what you know now, you're almost a little afraid of what might happen. Who is Tyrion? We just fucking established who she is. Why would she go to the trouble of orchestrating any of this?
Because I'm evil.
She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be your friend. What's her goal in all of this? Hopefully tomorrow we'll finally bring you the answers you're looking for. I don't think you're gonna like the answers we're gonna get, Tyrion.
Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. Could have been his actual mother, true, but I would assume that death would break the contract and she was executed.
They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orin. I put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 people and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative.
Oh, Occupation Empress of Discord. They updated it. Does she have a different profile now, too? No, they haven't updated that.
But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. It's a shame about the timing of it all, though.
You're goddamn insane.
That took you long enough to notice. I guess the oafish Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all.
Whatever, you just better not try anything.
I know it's a lot like Ace Attorney, but I think I did okay. Straight up what she's saying. Straight up what she's saying.
You know, I can't lie, so I'll reassure you. I promise, I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking. No more god-awful teasing when we both know who is really behind this. It's just me and you.
Hell yeah! But before we move into that climax, I do think I gotta piss. The tea I've been drinking has been running right through me. Because I imagine once I start on this, I will not want to stop. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Yeah. Sorry, CJ. I want to make sure I got plenty of water so we're not, like, in the middle tearing her apart word by word. And I'm like, sorry, guys, I gotta pee. So, be right back. I'll try to be quick. Was actually a little surprised, HD. I busted out this AFK image yesterday and nobody said anything about it. Yeah, I'm also assuming that Eris is gonna start killing people. Fake fan. To be fair, I also didn't say anything about it, and I know that because me making mouth noises is the main appeal of the stream, I know plenty of people just listen to me, so that's partially on me too. God knows people don't come here for my expert graphic design skills and my layouts. Alright. And the ad is over. My cosplays? Huh?
Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected.
Who is this woman? Why they brought a civilian before the scaled lord?
People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, CJ. I guess her physical body is 16, the human body that she hijacked. But who knows how old her demon self is. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility. What if... Oh no. 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 Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'm grabbing an ingredient. I'm grabbing an ingredient. Mind, body, and soul to the patron. So, another outside bet. Another outside bet. What's to stop the patron from being Celeste under duress? That would be truly the worst way for Eris to twist the fucking knife. Because no one's to say that the patron might not also be under mind control. So you see, it's a series of webs. Eris gets Celeste somehow. Celeste gets Arya, and that's how this whole... Yes, okay. Yeah. I'm betting that's how she orchestrated this. That's how she's going to use this to inflict maximum emotional damage on Tyrion. Celeste is the patron under mind control from Eris, so therefore Eris controlled Celeste, controlling Arya. Yep.
Objection! Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this.
Ah, how typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human?
What?
In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
What you're saying is true. That makes this a simpler matter. You simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Frega's trial? As a demon, I could never truly die. You destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire. You're prosecuting her and playing the villain. But I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you?
What nonsense are you spouting?
You thought she had mage blight. You had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope that you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable. You did this all so she could be with her beloved Aster.
What?
I...
But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mage blight is one thing. The demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this now, can she? You had to find out who the patron was before her trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her.
Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind.
Ah, is that what you were doing? It's the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her.
No!
Eris, stop this.
And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch onto the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness.
Eris!
She didn't fall in love with Aster. She became obsessed with him. She stopped being her own person. She clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. And you know deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, but you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence.
What? Oh yeah, she's absolutely living up to her title. I knew that once Eris was openly evil, this was gonna get fantastic. And she is meeting my every expectation.
But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract.
What? What is it?
My contract will bind Arya Steelwind, the patron, so long as they both live. You truly want to free your daughter from my control? All you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery.
You little wretch! I will hunt you until the end of...
Enough! Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if we want to find out how this happened. Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? Yeah, I also don't think she's the patron. I think the patron is Celeste. I think I'm cooking with that theory. Because she's going to force us into a sadistic choice. You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this?
Tyrion, why are you here?
What?
Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world?
I don't know, honestly.
I think you do know. The answer is simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people, you fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. The superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are, and I despise those who try to pretend that they're anything different.
You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize. I truly pity you if that's all you see in us.
Oh, so now it's us. That actually just reminded me there's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realize that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent that it makes me want to puke.
That's what the Heavensborn are?
It is, and I made quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's no greater joy in my eternal life. And it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion.
Wait, are you saying...
You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. All so I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion.
No! She is cooking.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch! Lucio? Cuthbert, you promised me that we would save my daughter together. I'm sorry, You said those words to me with such conviction. Yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle. Are a few meager doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert? He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There was very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. But what kind of attorney would you be? No, what kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out!
Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that will last. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd Von Sanctus, Corlin Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone.
Your testimony is pretty thorough.
Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion?
Ugh, she's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. You should look at her testimony more closely. So she could be saying something true still to mislead. It's Bene Gesserit, it's Aes Sedai, it's that kind of shit. Was on masterminded, knew about the king's funeral, forced Beatrice Frege, that checks out. My contracts to compel them to act against their will. The actions of them facilitated the deaths of Lord Von Sanctus, Corlin Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. Only motivation for my actions that day. This one is... It's very weird that she brought that up. Thank you, Tyrion. Why do you find the need to specify that?
To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she?
But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre?
Of course I did. Worked together with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind.
Ugh. You know what I meant, Eris.
My apologies. I just can't help myself sometimes. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain. I did not have a contract with anyone that wanted to facilitate any of those murders. I was acting of my own free will.
Even when she says it directly, you can't help but doubt everything she says. You'll just need to examine her testimony carefully. She technically can't lie, but she's clearly hidden something in her testimony. Focus on what she's clearly trying to imply with each statement. Interesting. Knew about the king's funeral. Facilitated the deaths. Only Wait, only motivation. Then why did you trap the king? That doesn't make any sense. Where's that piece of evidence? Where is that piece of evidence? Spotted the unconscious. Where the hell is that piece of evidence? Is it in the common room? Glyph of contingency? Oh, duh.
Objection!
Nope, no good. Okay, I gotta read that. Eris, it's clear that your testimony is contradictory.
Sorry, that wasn't the correct answer. Did you notice how the music didn't stop?
What? You're a little lost about what she's saying, but she is right. Eris is straight up being the dev self-insert, and I fucking love it. That wasn't the contradiction you were looking for. Oh man, I love this. Okay. I don't think I have anything else, so let me just press and see if I can glean any more information. So you completely carried out this plan yourself.
Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind. Though I wasn't truly acting alone.
You know what I meant.
Yes, I just can't help myself sometimes. The state plainly no human willingly helped me with my plan that day.
You know that she can't lie, but she's probably had a lot of practice deceiving people. You should keep your wits about you. How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret.
Oh, Tyrion. Can't tell you all of my secrets now, can I?
You can't exactly threaten to charge her with perjury. It's a surprise that she's even testifying in the first place. High Priest? Maybe. That would make sense. Until you can extract all the information she has, you'll just have to play along with her games. What a terrifying ability.
Thank you for noticing.
That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people.
Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a blood contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered.
Please. We both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract.
Aren't you just assuming that?
What?
How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me?
My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris.
Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point.
If that's true, tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. She's suggesting things. Arya would have never signed a contract like that, even if it were to protect Aster. Why are you using their full names?
You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know.
Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Anyways, aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil, we're key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them?
I didn't.
What?
I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths.
No, but you specifically went after them.
I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so.
But that doesn't make any sense. I have never followed a rule. That is my rule. Do you understand? I don't. She's the Joker.
I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like for me to add that to my testimony?
What?
It would help you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so. She has got to be the most unpredictable witness you've cross-examined. Try to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Why? Why? We already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead?
Aren't you just assuming that?
I'm not! That's the only logical conclusion!
And that's where you made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically.
You're a bit out of your element right now. Every murder you've investigated has always followed some kind of logic that you could use to make deductions. Yeah, she operates based on emotion rather than logic. This is Umineko turn the chessboard around thinking not working, because you and your opponent are playing by a different set of rules and goals. Yeah, no more deductions, that's true, she did say that. But Eris is a different beast entirely. For all you know, she could be completely insane. You might very well be seeing connections that aren't there. Kill them specifically. Just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. But then what about the... Is she gonna say that's the only reason, the only method that she had left?
Objection!
Music didn't stop. Kill my victims quickly and efficiently as possible. Didn't have a reason to kill them specifically. So for my thralls. But why, though? Kill victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Oh, the root! Oh my god, you're so correct.
Objection!
Thank you, CJ. Was floundering there. Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it?
Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated.
That's not what I was referring to.
Oh?
You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrett Pierce, does it?
Is that so?
That look on her face. Why does she look so happy? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It only makes sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. But that clearly wasn't your intent.
I agree. So why would I do that?
For the love of God, woman! Can you stop speaking in riddles?
I have no love for any god aside from myself.
She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. Is she still hiding something? Okay, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. To kill them specifically. She didn't say names. Just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. So was Pierce not one of her targets, but Pierce wound up a target of Celeste's? For whatever reason. She could have been trying to mislead you. No, considering who she is, she was definitely trying to mislead you. To kill them specifically. She used the... No! Tyrion, that's not what I mean! She used the word specifically. Could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill the 3 specific victims. But she might have had a reason to kill in general. That seems like a stretch, though. She did say that she did all of this for you. Did she set all of this up so that you would have a mystery to solve? Ugh, it's too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. Kill my victims? Yes, she said her victims instead of the victims. Okay, so I was on the ball, just called out the wrong word. I think it's bullshit that I couldn't point at them, having like... I mean, it's kind of an unclear antecedent, but yeah, whatever, this works too. She said her victims instead of the victims. It's a small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Marinath using a similar trick using Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims of this case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims?
Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim.
Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Freyga or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you?
If that's what you think, it's definitely possible.
Again with the vague answers. This is all a trap. She's lying a trail of breadcrumbs that's gonna lead to a shotgun aimed directly at your heart, dude. Why would she even agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with, and nothing you can nothing you do can permanently harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here. Which means she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris. Who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Corlin Sybil?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent? Out with it, demon! Who killed Garrick Pierce?
I refuse to answer.
I really wonder if the dev... I know the dev's primary influence is Ace Attorney, but I really wonder if they've played Umineko. This is very Duel of Words with a Witch dealing with Red Truths adjacent. It's really calling back to that for me. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. But for what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? She's refusing to answer the question. That must mean the answer is different from her previous answers. Could it be that she did it directly? Okay, Celeste's name is not on here, so... An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. That must mean... Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you?
Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that.
Are you serious? I grow sick of your games, Stephen. You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. But because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent?
Because it will be so much better when you discover it yourself.
That means you already have the evidence you need to do so.
You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you?
What? How did you...
It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day.
You made your contract with the patron on that day?
Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day?
Okay. Think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world, and only think of the facts. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the patron for the first 3 murders? They are a mage. They knew Von Sanctus still needed oxygen in his force cage. They knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by Hold Creature and affected by Stone Skin. The patron is experienced in using lethal magic. Oh no, I've been right the whole time. I hate this. They're well versed in using magic lethally. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But things changed when they murdered Pierce. It got more personal. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. Would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No. Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? If the patron was coordinating with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. The murderer wanted to kill Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally. Does that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Hey, you're being real quiet over there, Celeste. You wanna share anything with the class? Apparently it's right there, so what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders of the 4 pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering Justin Way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue you have is the one that Eris indirectly gave you.
My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth.
The truth. She wants you to discover it. At first, you thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wants you to realize, because it will throw you into despair somehow. Let's review everything you've deduced about whoever she made a contract with. Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. I've noted all along. I do agree something feels off about this. I think there's more to it than this, but it's been Celeste. It's been Celeste the whole fucking time. I was right. What? No, that's not... It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far. No! It can't be. That's not... Eris wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. No. You owe it to everyone within Wyverngard to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. Stop it! It has to be someone else! She would never...
Can you think of anyone else?
Who else could Eris have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? Damn it. Damn it! I think my mic ate that scream. Your scream of anguish echoes throughout the ruins. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion.
What? What is it?
Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert?
Tyrion, are you...
You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know.
There it is. You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? I demand an explanation.
Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered?
Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now.
You want to be wrong. You've never wanted anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. But you know the truth. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane.
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with...
Say it. Say your name so that everyone can hear it.
Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. Fuck! With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. Lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. Afterward, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. Yeah! Yeah. I died?
Tyrion, I'm sorry,
What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time.
Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord?
I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion.
What?
I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce, it was you. Tyrion, you...
She can't even bring herself to say it.
Do you realize now, Tyrion?
Stop it!
Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. She signed away her soul to me, all so that she could save you. Why the sober look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew who they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract.
What? How could you?
I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to...
She used that contract to make you act against your will.
So it wasn't just the Miss Steelwind and Miss Frega who were controlled that day.
You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, Your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter.
I must execute Celeste McCoy.
The timing is kind of sus. It's... I don't know. This is as far as my reasoning's given me. There's gotta be more to this, but I'm not seeing anything. There's gotta be something. They went to Garrick third? True. Arya had already killed the other two. What?
Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her.
Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you all in on a little demonic secret. Doesn't matter if you confine her within a prison. Patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control.
Also, she keeps saying the patron and not Celeste. Like, this contract doesn't necessarily mean that shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. It's not 100% that Celeste is the patron. But...
Do it.
What? What are you saying?
I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. But I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. Prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you would find something that would prove that all this wasn't my fault.
You finally found the culprit you've been looking for. And it absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing. It's because you subconsciously refused to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you in denial? No. This is different.
I suppose there's no reason to continue with this.
What?
I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer.
You can't just...
Kingsguard, restrain him.
Wait!
Lucio?
That's enough! What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leaped from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Eris out of the way, something that catches even her off guard.
Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this.
Arya, what are you doing?
How dare you, father?
What?
How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you are actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there?
Me?
You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath?
I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do so, I need to approach this objectively.
Tyrion, to hell with that!
What?
Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion,
Celeste, can you testify about what happened?
What? But...
Arya's right. We need to do this properly. I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened. It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. But even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against it. Fine, do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand. Celeste.
Tyrion,
Can you testify about what you did that day?
Yeah.
The truth.
The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize she'd used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back.
That nagging feeling is still there. There's something off about her testimony. Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert. Gladly. I don't think Eris has the power to mess with Tyrion's memories, because we don't have a contract with her. Do I have anything that contradicts that? That seems like the easiest way to pick at this. Death. 205, 218, 245. Summoned to the prayer room at 2:30 p.m. Yeah, that would be before we showed up.
Objection!
Oh. No good. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting. She rewrote my memories?
I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you.
Eris has the power to take control of people against their will. She clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. But if that's true, you can't even trust your own memories. Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her?
I'm sorry for lying, but I had to create an alibi.
Celeste! The Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony. The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Steelwind also already knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same, regardless of her testimony. What did Freyja and that demon do when you found him, McCoy? How did they trick you? How did they trick you so easily?
When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. It's when Beatrice,
How did Beatrice kill me?
She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped.
Hang on. Hang on. Feign death. Heart will stop beating. She knows feign death. With the apparent death. Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. Nothing in here says that Tyrion died. They bamboozled her.
I think she used necrotic blight.
So that's why Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. What did you do after I died? Can I object just with feigned death? Will it let me do that?
Objection!
No. Okay. I'm working a little too far ahead. Let's keep pressing. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her. It was all so she could make me suffer.
Tyrion, I'm so...
Stop. Just... don't. How could you possibly think that was okay?
I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't... I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do.
There's no sense in admonishing her now, Mr. Cuthbert. There'll be plenty of time for that later. Right, that part was written in a slightly misleading way. She must have thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell. But instead she took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon. Anyways, how did you trick Arya into signing that blood contract?
Yeah, I didn't have full control of my actions, but I remember what happened.
Oh shit, sorry. I've been meaning to ignore you guys. Chat tracker died. Feigned death, that feels bad, does feel bad, yeah. Yeah.
She probably wanted me to watch what she was going to do. I'm so sorry. I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. Since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes.
Wait, something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. You will grant me my freedom. That's not... How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste?
I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It's an easy choice.
That goes against everything I stand for.
I know, and I don't care if you hate me after this. But even now, I would still make that same choice.
I don't hate... perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now. She's clearly sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Why do you feel like something she said doesn't match up with the evidence you have? Do I have anything to disprove this? Oh, the High Priest, the High Priest! Right, when, died at 2:18 p.m. Yes. Or, wait, no, was turned away. No, shit, that doesn't disprove anything. Abruptly left the meeting.
Objection!
No. I'm onto something here. A 1:45, that would allow for the time, I guess. Patrons, others are mind and souls. Purple mark. Memory. The Archduke was kept busy. Wait. She was controlled at 1:40 p.m. It's just an heiress attacking the guards. Yeah, because she was already under control at that time. Yeah. It's what you were saying earlier, Tail. Oh my god, there's so many...
Objection!
What? No! I know that's right! Ugh. I could try the Ruby contract.
Objection!
No, that's no good. Beatrice attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. Oh, the soundproofing of the room! The soundproofing of the room! Because the whole reason he... Yeah. No. Time. Time doesn't line up. What? Oh, Beatrice and... Oh.
Objection!
There we go. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice.
Yeah, I lied all about my fight against Arya. I never even fought her.
If that's true, how do you explain that discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leif shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence.
Really? But I was pretty sure at the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m.
Wait, what did you just say?
Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 p.m., right?
What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony.
What? But I swear I'm not lying.
Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Leif, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m.
What? When did they say that?
What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them.
I know, I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding me out. But why can't I remember?
She can't remember?
Cuthbert, judging by what's happened to you, Eris Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories. It's possible she changed the memories of Leif Frigg and her entourage.
It's not just that, Lucia. There's something else that Celeste is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. That's a damn good question, video game. What piece of physical evidence does... Physical evidence that's very specific. Oh. Celeste, this letter from Garrett Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m.
What?
Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely.
But we don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious, Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings.
At this point, anything is possible, and Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But if Lucio is right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes. She could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. But if she had done so, there would have been logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deduced has been logically consistent. The contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. But there's a far simpler explanation. Celeste McCoy... Oh, Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste McCoy. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she could manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating your memories right now?
I guess that's possible. But why would she even bother doing that?
Oh. She wouldn't need to do that unless she still had something to hide.
Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide?
Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. What did he mean by this?
But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind.
That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste?
It's really obnoxious how resilient you are.
Wait. She has mind control eyes right now. What?
Why can't you all just give up already?
Eris, is that you? What are you...
Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here.
Kingsguard, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body!
Too late, Lucio. I win.
Celeste?
Damn it!
Eris, what did you do to her?
I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice.
You? Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater?
What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep?
If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something, I know it.
Damn it, we can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know
Is Celeste.
Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this.
Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around your mind. But is it even possible? No, it doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater.
What is it?
What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract?
Assuming there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means.
Lucio?
What is it?
Your men know where Ruby Timora's law office is, right? Everything? No. It's fine. She's trying to imply that Tyrion would die, but we've already figured out that they bamboozled Celeste with feigned death. Tyrion wasn't actually dead, so they would just be able to revive him again.
They do? Where are you going with this?
You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf.
Wait.
And tell her... I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise.
You're not serious, are you? I am one of the eldest evils that ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract.
Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
But wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct?
By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract.
I'll state it plainly then. There'll be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw.
I don't care.
What?
Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her?
You're insane.
Ooh, I like that she's finally getting rattled. This is a good look for you, you evil witch.
You're just risking death for nothing.
Why are you so nervous? Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her.
Stop this.
I can't help myself. I'm only human after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. It's recommended that you make a save file now. Oh! Okay. That's ominous. Oh, a Court of Azathoth.
I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. Made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But the time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. Made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you,
Just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me?
It's good to see you too. Ow! What was that for?
You know what it's for, you jerk. I literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. You just threw your life away?
What else was I supposed to do? Should I have just let Lucio kill you?
Yes! That's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life.
I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me?
Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
You know I always get to the truth at the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. We're in hell because we're litigating her contract with Eris. I guess. We're in demon court, question mark?
I could have gotten away with it.
You can't even beat me at chess. Are you going to hide a murder from me?
Oh, you? Tyrion, I killed Pierce.
I know.
At first, I tried to justify it by saying you would die in 1 month anyways. And what's his life when compared to yours, right? But when I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I just got so angry.
Oh god. Next break I have, I need to clean my glasses. How did these keep getting so fucking filthy?
So, I woke him up.
What?
I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So
Celeste.
You hate me, don't you? This time I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die?
Do you honestly think I care for you that little? Tyrion's like, Celeste. To be a murderer, you have to kill a person. I don't consider most nobles people.
What?
You are and always will be extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you.
Tyrion,
So you're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going there together.
Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Eris?
I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father.
Where are we?
The courtroom of the gods. The place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back.
Even now, she's still trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? You're nervous, aren't you?
Is that so?
There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here. And I'm gonna find out what.
Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. My contract was written without flaw. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Asmodeus?
By his word, demons are incapable of speaking lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain.
Ooh, demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. I like this. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. You're hiding something. Something that you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her.
Oh, really now?
You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest.
Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leif Frege. How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable?
It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound.
Oh, really? It looks like you made a contradiction.
What?
Leif Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarick Asclepius encountered an illusion, and that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Edmodius.
What? An illusion? What kind of illusion?
Who knows? My statement still stands.
You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence.
I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable.
Damn it. She can just say whatever she wants without having to provide any context. But she only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Is there something else that proves it? Carefully look through the evidence here. That one's not enough. That one's not enough. Spell compendiums ain't gonna do jack. No. 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 No memories. Asclepius were together. Glyph of contingency. No blood contract. Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. I'm really bad at timeline mysteries. Did not see. She's gonna swat that away, say that my memory was altered. And it could have been an illusion. This has to come back into it somehow. Spoke with Maranath until 3:10. That takes the Archduke out of the picture during that period of time. She did not cast any magic before she went unconscious. Supposedly lost track of Beatrice. Search for her in the garden. God, I am straight up stumped. There has to be something, right? Most of my evidence is about Arya Steelwind. Is this really what I have to go with? I'd really feel better if there were more physical evidence here. Celeste's testimony was all a lie. This is not gonna be right.
What's this? You're gonna have to do better than that if you want to beat me.
Fuck. What else proves Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? Profiles don't have any information. Is there anything under spells? Didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Both accounted for in the garden. That they were all together? But no, that's directly what she's refuting. Claiming that they're... I didn't? Because were they together? It doesn't specifically say that in the testimony. I'll try it. Fuck. No good. God, there's gotta be something. Found unconscious, not being affected by an arcane spell. No. Didn't disappear till 2 p.m. Is there anything about, invisibility? Ah! Sure. Beatrice Frege and Eris Ilmater were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m., but after that they both went missing. Eris supposedly lost track of Beatrice and searched for her in the garden. Leif Frege, Miriam Frege, and Lazarus Asclepius were together until they were about to search for Beatrice at 2:05 p.m., where they were stopped by the Kingsguard, who reported that a glyph of contingency just trapped Aster in a Wyvern Guard in a force cage. I mean, I guess I haven't tried this. Leif's testimony does contradict what she said, but she already declared that it's not reliable. However, that testimony also mentioned something else that happened. Perhaps you can use that event instead. They didn't penalize me for that. What? Hang on, show me that again. Okay, but she's already declared it's not reliable. Testimony also mentioned something else that happened. Use that event instead. The glyph of contingency going off? Maybe? The contingency is 24 hours. Force cage... Where the hell is Force Cage? Slow Fall, Mage Blade, Strike True, Frost Wave. There we go. Lasts for 1 hour. So the fact that he was... Okay. I don't feel great about that one, but I guess... Regardless of when it happened, Leif and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? Repetition requested. Say it if you can.
I won't deny it.
Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body. And it didn't trigger until 2 o'clock p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened. And mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time.
And once again, you're predicating that on Aster's testimony.
Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this.
True, and that is why I'll respond with this. An activated force cage did not trap Aster de Wyvern during or after 1:50 p.m., so says the word of Asmodeus.
But how? That testimony came from multiple people. Are you saying the trap was sprung earlier than that?
Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me. But I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple knights of the Kingsguard. So says the word of Asmodeus.
But she has no contract with the king! What?
I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened.
How many people did you make contracts with?
Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months, but I've had my talons in Wyvern's Guard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time.
But even the Kingsguard?
No one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone.
So, still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence.
Oh, really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts.
Even so, you can't have possibly made a contract with everyone there.
Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre. So says the word of Asmodeus.
It's possible. You done goofed.
Are you kidding me?
But you only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened.
You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of the proof is on you.
That's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly verify a statement like that?
It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets it wrong even once, he'll die. Sounds more like your problem than mine.
Damn it.
Nothing to say, Tyrion. Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence?
We already have the evidence, Tyrion. It's fine. As long as her statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony you've gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised, except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you.
I suppose you're right. So are you gonna use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game, but I've got to give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that. Tyrion,
come on, there has to be something you can use. But all the clues you've gathered could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless against her.
Tyrion, you have to say something.
You can feel your strength fading. Feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep.
This has always been a contest of willpower, and I think he's finally run out. No!
You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial. Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did it before. Can she save you again? Mom, please. I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. You hear nothing back. No. It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste. You really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Timora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly.
Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent.
How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want.
They can. And that's exactly how I'll beat them.
What?
Look, Cuthbert. Almost every part of the system is against us. There's one advantage we have over the prosecution. And that's pure and objective logic.
Logic?
Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie.
But how does that help us?
You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in that box is false, the entire thing falls apart.
But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if I play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box?
Well, you can force them to.
What?
You can present your own truths. You force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes into the box.
This all sounds so complicated. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it.
Don't worry, you've always been a sharp kid. I know you do great things, so don't give up.
He got an answer from Mom, just not the mom he expected. I can present my own truths? Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappeared, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier. Which can only mean Beatrice Frega did not go missing before 2 p.m.
What was that?
I said...
This is far from over.
Beatrice Frega did not go missing before 2 p.m. So says the word of Horus.
I can use my own red truths, bitch. What the hell?
You feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you.
Tyrion, you have wings!
Wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while until you realize that your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore.
What did you just do?
I became a Celestial, which means...
No.
I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you.
Why won't you just die already?
You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. But I'm still standing, Eris. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now.
I have lived a million of your pathetic lifetimes. You think I'm out of my depth? I am the Empress of Discord, ruler of the sixth circle of hell. I am a god. She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about?
Whoever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth.
Since you've so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. I wanted to break your spirit in this form, also I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die.
But what? What happened? Celeste?
I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart.
Ooh! What?
What is that thing? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am an ancient one. I am older than time itself. Feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell.
So, this is what you really look like. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back.
Kick her ass, Tyrion! I'm gonna carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malbalaj.
Fate challenged! You'll need to be careful. You're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go to so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. But from the axiom you declared, you know Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Celeste to believe the blood contract occurred earlier. Right? That's the whole thing. You guys were talking about that. Yeah. Fuck. No, Eris may be unpredictable sometimes, but even she acts with purpose. It was to change the time at which she remembered the events occurring. Huh? Huh? Eris forced Celeste to believe the blood contract occurred earlier? Wouldn't be Arya to believe Tyrion to realize? Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier? It's kind of the same thing that I said. No. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Heard earlier. Eris needed Celeste to believe? I'm usually pretty good at following the game's logic, but I am not following this. Because you basically shifted it back by 20 minutes, right? A lie. Celeste wanted... No, Eris needed... Or Eris forced Celeste to believe the blood contract. Are you to believe this? I don't understand, game. What do you mean? I mean, thank God they're not slapping me with penalties. Second rule is Arya's to believe, Arya to attack, Tyrion to realize, Celeste to believe. And it's also Eris forced or Eris needed. Those are kind of the same thing. So does that mean I can eliminate them? Celeste wanted Tyrion to realize a lie. The truth. Wanted Tyrion to realize the events, the blood contract. I don't get it. I don't get it. Eris needed Celeste to believe a lie quickly and efficiently? I'm straight up gonna have to brute force this, I think. Because everything that makes sense to me, the game is rejected. Because Arya's wants don't factor into this. Wanted Tyrion to realize the truth. The events. Blood contract occurred earlier? Yeah, Eris made Celeste's memories of everything shift sooner. See, but I've tried that. Eris forced Celeste to believe the events occurred earlier. Eris needed? Fuck you, game! Fuck you! Actually, fuck you! I tried that in... It's saying the exact same thing, forced or needed. That's so fucking stupid. Whatever. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. Staying quiet, that won't work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say? You can't stay quiet forever.
I didn't need her to think like that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. Is that not what happened?
That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. Okay, I gotta be careful. This one they're definitely gonna penalize me. Required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Was it knocking me out? This seems right. No, Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her at 1:40 p.m. She needed you to believe that to keep the narrative logically consistent. But you now know that Eris used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2 p.m. What followed shortly after that seems strange that the events happened much later. Yeah, Celeste did believe I died before 2 p.m. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. What memory would need to be changed? Maybe the force cage going off? Because that's like one thing that I can believe is objective truth here. God damn it! Eris used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2 p.m. Followed shortly after that seems strange that the events happened much later. What followed shortly after the attack? The root of the murders? What the hell are you talking about, video game? What happened after the attack on the prayer room? I already tried that. Transmutation spell. I'm a good minute from just looking this up because I don't understand what the fuck the game is saying, so if anyone in chat has any ideas, I'm open to them. Because the hint they gave me was what happened after was weird. Which I don't understand. Eris wanted you to believe that Celeste signed the contract with her at 1:40 p.m. None of the Eris used Beatrice to attack the prayer room no later than 2 p.m. I guess? Oh, okay, good call. It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus's death occurred at 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract. All in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron?
What?
It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris?
Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so that there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust.
She always speaks in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value. But this could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron. But if you're wrong about that, you'll most definitely die. You need to be certain before you decide to declare it. Okay, let's assume that Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Celeste isn't the patron, that contract would have already been signed. You already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. You recall something happening, but it's still muddled. What was it? Something that happened in front of the prayer room. There was a short exchange between Celeste and Arya. Oh no. My long gap in playing the game is coming back to bite me here. I straight up don't remember. Was it Celeste dropped evidence? Or no! No. Arya dropped evidence in front of Celeste. That wasn't it? Boy, it sure is great taking like a 3-week break between part 1 and part 2 of this case. Did you Oh, that's sneaky if so. Oh my god. As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
As Celeste picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it.
Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you.
She definitely handed that contract to her after it was signed. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's not the patron either.
Is something wrong? You look conflicted.
No, from the very beginning she's been trying to get in your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. But you've always known from the very beginning, Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Celeste McCoy saw Arya drop this contract before she entered the prayer room with Tyrion. Oh, she can't remember.
But then why did Celeste at the time say she's really happy for her?
Even now, you trust her that much? Wait, but that means...
You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think that you did. They were discussing a marriage, so I guess the document was probably disguised at that time, I guess.
So it's not my fault?
It isn't. That has a far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed?
Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then.
But that means that none of this is her fault.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Freyga was directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Right, there's still the death of Pierce.
Doesn't matter who's responsible for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract.
You act like you're in control of this situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you?
Who can say for sure?
The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait, is it possible that I didn't die? We're getting to it.
Are you still in denial? Thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste.
Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication.
If you're still holding on to the hope that you'll survive this, let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion.
How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead?
Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died?
Bet! Knowing her, she could be baiting you into telling a lie. But it's equally likely that she's bluffing.
If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead.
That's a very general statement. That has nothing to do with me specifically.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
I think interpret makes the most sense here. Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marinath be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus.
That's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it.
But it would require a large amount of effort on your part.
Perhaps. But recall my previous declaration, Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead.
How thoroughly did you check me?
I have experience in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing and your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail.
Right, there's no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. Unless... And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate. But there has to be more to this than you're seeing. What could have created this scenario? Finally, we're here. Feign death. You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control.
Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead?
No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Freyga cast Feign Death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus.
What?
I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you.
No! So everything I did, it was for nothing. That means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up.
Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point, and that only leaves the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding?
Whatever could you be talking about?
Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... Oh, this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce?
Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father. He was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that wouldn't be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that.
She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed them against your wishes. Yeah, that is according to Celeste, though. So I don't know that we can trust that.
You're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelman, nor Beatrice Frege killed Garrick Pierce.
But what about, Garrick Pierce killing Garrick Pierce?
He also knows shape water, or shape liquid.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already, so you had control of her. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency.
Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control over actions when Pierce died.
She didn't say when Celeste killed Pierce.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
What if someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room.
Try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, the Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Frege, and Arya Steelman were the only people in the prayer room with Garrick Pierce when he died. So says the word of Asmodeus.
No!
Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death.
Repetition requested. Garrick Pierce did not kill himself. Say that if it's true.
But the truth is, Tyrion, Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions.
Because she woke him up.
So says the word of Asmodeus.
No!
Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you?
I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that.
What?
You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened. And I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you.
What?
You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened.
Wait. Who killed Garrick Pierce?
Empress of Discords, Tyrion Cuthbert and Beatrice were the only people in the prayer room. Not by accident. Complete control. Not the Empress of Arya Steelman nor be it. Garrick Pierce killed Garrick Pierce. Garrick Pierce killed Garrick Pierce. Eris Illmater, Empress of Discord.
No. Stop this.
I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. When he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life.
What?
You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear.
Stop this! Stop this right now!
Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. That's checkmate, Eris.
You filthy little... Bye, bitch.
Contract nullified.
You're back. Does this mean you...
I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in your satchel and check the place where you've been keeping her contract. You only find a pile of ash. It appears that it's completely disintegrated.
But you're still alive. How?
Yeah.
At first you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize...
Me? You little bitch. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. You can't die. It appears that he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him.
What? What is this?
Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him.
And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't.
What?
What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adoptive father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person?
I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard.
Don't misunderstand me. Right now I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is so wonderful and so beautiful. I could never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him.
You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals?
I won't do it. I'm not gonna sign that contract.
Contract? Ah, I see now.
What?
So you're his little consort, aren't you? Big Aqua.
Damn it! Wait, get out of the way, you idiot.
Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid.
The only stupid one here is you, bastard. You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you choose, they were never going to let me live.
They?
But if I'm fated to die, then it's going to be on my own terms.
Wait! Stop!
I'll see you all in hell.
Damn it! Yeah, his little consort. That's interesting wording, for sure.
Minas. Are you trying to heal him? It's too late. He aimed straight for his heart. No. Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up! I need you alive. What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back! No. No, 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 no! Pierce was dead anyways, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. But I never realized what I actually did. You rendered my blood contract faulty. You ruined everything. Where do you get off acting like you're any better than them? What? Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you're human. You're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting cores. You would all tear out each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the Celestials' self-righteous morality. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or if she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris. Is that so? Let me ask you a question, Eris. Do you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother? What? So, you figured that out, did you? When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions. And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life, is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say? Say something, damn it! I think all I feel for you right now is pity. Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal moment in my eternal existence. And yet you put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? I love Catty Tyrion. I love Catty Tyrion so fucking much. Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't. Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course, Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself. No, that can't. And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much, you envy us. What did you just say? You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us, because you'll never be free from that fate. That is completely... You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie. You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still gonna try.
To think you would threaten violence in my presence, arrogant witch. Dragon's like, so I fucking killed her. Well, I suppose that solves that business.
Sorry, stupid sinuses, why now?
Yeah. Good old barbecue demon. Let's have it with some Carolina-style vinegar sauce. Although,
She'll definitely be back one day. When she does, I'll be ready. For now, let's be satisfied that we finally discovered what happened. Oh, right. About that. Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is? At this point, I'm just glad Miss McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind this. Speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her true memories back.
Ugh, I do remember what happened. But it's still really fuzzy. Been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. But I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most.
It's possible that you will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. We don't have that kind of time. That damn demon led us around for the entire morning. Not to mention that we've nearly lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon. Right, we have less than 3 hours before every magical trace at the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Miss McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord?
I'll try my best.
Dear God, there's still more. Yeah, at bare minimum, I need water, so I may as well heat up some food while I'm at it. Sorry, I know this is a very awkward place to take a break, but I thought it was like seconds from credits, but clearly there's more, so I'll be right back. This will be a longer break, so get up for a bit. I'll be back in probably like 3 to 5 minutes or something. I'll be running a long ad. You won't be missing anything, I promise. I'll be back in a bit. Hope you all will stick with me, see this through to the end. I am very curious who the patron actually is. Like that. I had thought that it was going to be Tyrion for a minute there, but clearly not, or else Eris would have pulled that trump card out. Just to fuck with us. Well, I'll think on that while I'm re-upping my supplies, so to speak. Be right back. Okay, sorry, just last thing I want to do is, like, break this up into another stream, so had to heat up some food to munch on whenever I get half a second, and re-up my water.
Just a little bit of an awkward thing about streaming at this time.
Which has made me think I maybe need to change the time I stream it on Sundays, but I know there are some people who like that I start in the mornings, so I don't know.
I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m. And we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. Saw Arya attacking the guards there, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realize now that Beatrice just cast feigned death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster the Inquisition and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya.
Okay, that makes sense. Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, it seems to match up with what we already knew. It appears we'll simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return. He's clearly not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead, then. Right. We now know for certain that the meeting was at 2 p.m.
Yeah, she only changed my memories so she could trick all of us.
Considering that my memories were intact, she must not have had the power to change them. Yeah, she never actually used her demonic powers to revive you. She merely had Beatrice release the feigned death spell that she originally cast.
I still can't believe I fell for that.
Anyways, who did you see attacking the guards? Was it Arya or Beatrice? Arya attacking the guards, fought her for about 15 minutes. Originally, you said that you fought her for a lot longer.
Yeah, I had to account for the time I spent speaking to Eris.
I had a feeling something was off about that.
I knew Tyrion would be really meticulous about the timeline of the murder. So I had to make sure my testimony match up with the... So I had to make my testimony match up with the time of Pierce's death. I'm really sorry.
We'll talk about this later. Celeste is like, I'm gonna get scolded. I did a murder, or well, I was going to do a murder and I'm gonna get scolded. So we weren't wrong about Beatrice sneaking past you during your fight.
Yeah, now that I look back on it, it was probably a distraction so Beatrice could sneak past me.
What is it, Cuthbert? If the patron was working together with Eris, why would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya?
I never thought of that.
Frankly, I find it hard to believe that the patron willingly went along with the Empress's convoluted plan. They clearly needed Pierce to die, and relying on McCoy to do it seems foolhardy. Right, is it possible that Eris went off script then? She definitely doesn't seem like the type of demon to take orders from a human. Anyways, what happened after you saw me unconscious? I can't believe you fell for such an obvious deception.
I know, I was just so scared. I thought Tyrion was dead, I wasn't thinking clearly.
I'm glad that you care about me that much. Well, what you did almost destroyed Arya's future. Perhaps it's best to stick to the facts for now. To think one blood contract could have such an effect on the investigation.
I should have known she was up to something, but I was too desperate to realize it.
You were put in a difficult situation. Take solace in the fact that you stuck to your ideals despite that. Scaled Lord is being surprisingly sympathetic towards her. This must have been after they went to investigate the fire in the common room. I'm surprised Aster went to the prayer room as well. I'd have thought the Kingsguard would have kept him in a secure location. Those were my orders, but His Majesty demanded that they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there. He's always been an altruist. Her testimony doesn't appear to add any new information, but between the multiple murders and Eris changing people's memories, there might be something you missed. Remember each piece of evidence you have in the time of each event of that day. 2:45 p.m. There's a big gap in between these. Motion outside at 2:20. Arya attacking the guards. Went for about 15 minutes. And then the prayer room. Cast Feigned Death. Couldn't go through with killing Pierce. That's kind of longer than maybe that?
Objection!
Nope. Also, this is really weird tonally. To go from, like, the climactic moment of beating the shit out of Eris with words to... Hey, do you see a minor contradiction here? Enter the prayer room at 2:30. Lines up. Cast Feigned Death. Hmm. 3:10 p.m. Is there something in the priest's testimony? It doesn't come in a whole lot. No memories. Westward balcony, is that important? Blood contract. Ruby's contract. An old blood contract. So this is for the last of the murders. This is all we're honing in on. So the other murders have already happened. So from 2:20 to 2:35, fought the guards.
Objection!
This? No. Beatrice and Eris. Yes. Good memory.
Place true parentage, where how vital this information is to you. Well, with that thinking break, I finished off the chili I reheated. Good God, I was hungry. Oh, I hit the spot. Okay. Fueled with calories. Can I see anything different? Not see Celeste and Arya. Could it be this? Or, I already tried this, didn't I? Fuck. What is the hint from the game? Remember each piece of evidence you have at the time of each event that day. Okay. Heard the commotion. Hear the fight. Discussing the wedding. I've pressed every statement, yeah? I don't get it. Steel's heavier than feathers. Motion outside at 2:20. Are there any of the times there that are important? Commotion maybe started earlier. Maybe. I don't know what I have that would... Would it be the knights turning away? Yes, somehow? When did he see this? Been right after...
Objection!
No. Remember, 15 minutes. Past feigned death, offered the deal. Was it 2 p.m.? Must not have had powers. Arya was attacking the guards, fought for a lot longer, spoke to Eris. Beatrice no past. Would Eris use Beatrice to knock out Arya? Needed Pierce to die. Possible that Eris went off script. Obvious deception. Stick to the facts. Blood contract, too desperate. Always been an altruist. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Yeah, Aster was in the cage at that time. Oh, fuck!
Objection!
Thank you, Tail. Wait, what? What is it, Cuthbert? She just slipped Aster in there. I wasn't even thinking about that. Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died?
Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them.
Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert? It's just that... May I remind you that we were extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time and just say what you want to say. Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after.
Yeah, where are you... Wait.
That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m., when he should have been trapped in the Force Cage until 3 p.m.?
Wait, you're not serious, are you?
McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the Force Cage. Normally, that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust their testimony. What are you talking about? When I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard. What? They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similarly to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning. To think, even the Kingsguard have been compromised. How could I have let this happen? And even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable Force Cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room? I understand your point, but you understand what you're implying? I'm not trying to imply anything, just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind. So much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster de Wyvernguard, the reigning king of our kingdom. I don't know about this, Tyrion. I don't know about this. Order! I will have order! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim that the king collaborated with the demon in any capacity is no small thing. I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goal seemed to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. Very well, then. I suppose it's only right, then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should make his truth known. I agree, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course, I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I am hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but are you sure we can trust her testimony? Okay, this Aster's fake. We can trust her now. She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract. Which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. But I suppose what I mean is, yeah, we just casually call the king by his first name. I mean, he's like kind of our fanboy, so I guess we get away with that shit. It is kind of wild, though. After everything that just happened, how can we trust you? What? You disappeared for quite some time to who knows where. The only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Isn't it a little convenient that she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now,
You're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into her puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted?
Yeah, he's kind of spitting. That's right. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident.
For all we know, it could be an agent of the theocracy.
You can feel the room turning against you.
Even the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory.
And what's that?
Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it.
Huh? Wait, that's right! We've already tried that before and it didn't work.
Which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her.
Why aren't you doing it?
I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared.
I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of truly knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Miss Steelwind is to be saved, we all must accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace?
Damn it, he's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he raised a lot of good points. But is he acting with malice, or is he just being careful?
Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract wasn't valid. But the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there.
Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, so she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this or not. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to be some sort of physical involvement on his part, and that might have left behind evidence that proves it.
But he was in the cage?
Aster was tricked into signing the blood contract? Hiding the crimes, hiding the victims, hiding the force cage.
Was tricked into destroying the crimes.
Now, if Aster really is the patron, he could have committed the murders through Arya. He wouldn't have needed to be involved in any of that personally, but there is one thing that he definitely needed to do himself. Aster was allowed to... Oh, of course. Yeah, I was thinking about that all wrong. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow.
But you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do.
No, Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. She would be careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. Now remember something, when you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her.
I'm really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. I was teasing her about it. It might have been related to her relationship with Aster.
Yeah, some kind of marriage document, for sure. What did Arya think she was signing?
I'm sorry, I know that doesn't really narrow it down.
No, that's exactly the clue that I needed.
Really?
Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there is one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this.
Really?
The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing that contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document. Oh my god, it is the High Priest. But I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. Oh? Oh, bind Arya Steelwind to, as long as... I get it. I see. I wasn't even thinking about that. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. Would bind her to you so long as you both live. Wait, are you saying... No. In other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
That's a big leap in logic, even for you. Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found.
Indeed. Bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation.
First he dares to call the king to testify, now he's trying to indict the High Speaker? He's a traitor to the nation.
I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it.
But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material that it was written on. The original document wouldn't be visible on your copy.
That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster.
What?
Don't you wonder how I knew about that blood contract? Every attorney has a magical rune stone that'll just take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes magically. Oh my god. Oh my god, our attorney's badge is key to solving the case. This is so good. This is so good.
Yes, I'm well aware of them.
And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed?
What?
She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license. Even though it was technically illegal to do so.
Why would she?
The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked a runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No. So it really was you. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove. No, not quite. The kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today.
Your Majesty, what are you...
I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyways. It was always gonna end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself.
You? No. Aster, you whelp? Are you saying that it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder?
I did, Lucio. What of it?
How could you? What right do you have to judge my actions?
Oh, great-scaled lord! I was only cleaning up the mess you created! If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner.
On me?
No, I think I'll be pardoning myself.
You can't be serious.
I am the King of Wyverngard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane. Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? Is that not what you've been all doing to the rest of this country? Do you seriously expect to get away with this? I do. Who has the power to stop me?
The Scaled Lord? Yes, exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours.
I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who was going to.
I have Horustus worked on Rathalion? What? Why aren't any of you saying anything?
Yes, Rathalion. Have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne.
I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne.
Or would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries huddled away in this ruined city. I'm certain you know exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself.
Rathalion! I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take that responsibility again, nor will I thrust that responsibility onto those who would not have it. Well, alright, Ruby, signal the troops. It's time to start the revolution. Bring in the guillotine. Everybody in this room gotta die.
Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try to depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyverngard. Or did you forget? The people of this nation love me and hate you. I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion, but I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than a military coup.
I don't think we have one big enough for the dragon. We'll find a way.
Can you imagine? Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wyverngard before the previous king's body is even interred. I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into, even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners. I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyverngard would look to the other nations.
Damn it! By killing Sibyllin von Sanctus, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage!
I'm merely consolidating power where it belongs.
Oh no. The king has been a fascist all along. Who could have predicted this?
In the hands of a kind and benevolent ruler who's finally going to fix this nation.
You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancé.
I am sure that to you, my actions may seem evil and unforgivable, but to those in the Wyverngard nobility, I doubt that I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics.
Poly meaning many, ticks meaning blood-sucking creatures.
And I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
How did he get the contract? Yeah?
I can't believe it. I've always wanted to say that.
What are you all doing? Are you just gonna let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just gonna let him keep control over her?
My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyverngard for her freedom. You know that to be true.
He killed so many people and he enslaved Arya. He almost killed you and he tried to kill me.
Wait a minute, that's right. Why did he try to kill you? Oh my god, she's been the secret princess all along.
What do you mean?
If Aster is the patron, that means Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King de Wyverngard just recently died. If Aster thought she was a threat, could that mean that Celeste has royal blood? That wouldn't make much sense. Even if McCoy was royal blood, Aster's the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne.
So why would he go to so much trouble to kill Pierce and you?
Maybe he just wanted to make sure?
But he wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre, which means you two were just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil.
Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail?
Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? Wait! What if she's descended directly from the dragon? A Pierce is like a minor noble. He's not royalty, but he is a noble. Recall what you remember about Wyverngarde's laws regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that? You recall a conversation you had with Eris Ilmater.
Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes a scaled lord in our government.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of the king.
Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before?
To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church.
Wait, the Scaled Lord and his kin can override the king's rule. Wait. I can't fucking believe this. A flood of memories comes back to you. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyverngarde Crown, you're under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all their strength to subdue her.
But I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells, as in plural. How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. She learned multiple spell formulas within a few hours?
Oh god, I forgot about her.
Ah, so you come from the same humble beginnings that I do. Which spells have you mastered? I haven't really mastered any of them. I know about 7 spells, though. 7? It's almost 4 times the amount that I know.
She's learned even more spells. She's been picking them up rather quickly. Make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real.
What? What is it, Tyrion?
It's absolutely crazy, but it also makes a lot of sense. Bring out Judge Judy. We need to determine who's the father. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic. She inherited all of it from him.
Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden.
Once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have any right to do this to her? No. Arya's freedom rides on this. And as much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyverngarde. The truth will set you free. I'm sorry, Celeste.
What? Why are you apologizing?
What I'm about to do could change your entire life. Possibly in a way you don't want it to. It will place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me for doing this.
Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you?
Are you sure?
I owe you and Arya for what I did.
But this is...
We need to do this to save Arya, right? It's partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really gonna change because of this, just promise me something.
What is it?
To take responsibility for what you're about to do?
Of course. I was always going to do that, regardless of what happened.
Good.
Oh, Celeste, you do not think what is about... you have the wrong idea, but... I don't think Tyrion would mind being king consort. Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Aster, I know who Celeste's father is.
Wait, really?
What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be.
Why don't we test that theory then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyverngard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there?
What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king.
And his kin, Lucio.
Yes, I suppose that...
Aster de Wyverngard, you needed Celeste to die during the massacre, because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule.
Are you serious?
People of the Wyverngard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rothalion, ancient dragon and creator of all arcane magic. How do we prove this, though? Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I?
I'm half dragon?
Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company. We're just a regular DeviantArt gallery over here, Celeste, it's all good. So that demon was speaking the truth. Aster de Wyverngard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyverngard.
Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation, much less this broken one? You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract.
Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyverngard together with her. You could have done it all without having to do any of this.
Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation while still working within its laws.
There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law.
My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. But I watched for my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk. The kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I'd have thought that you two, out of everyone, could have understood why I did this. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders. Here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room, except you two. Half the people present here today are glad that they're gone. The other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like carrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. Also, you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya's too stupid and too naive to do anything.
She loved you. How could you?
She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damned smile.
She She loved your kindness, Aster.
This is kindness. The blood I spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. Once I am done, Wyvern will be better and stronger for it.
Aster,
McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scaled Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people. I will carve the rot out of its heart. Piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster de Wyverngard, King of Wyverngard, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Volnus. Lucio. What?
no!
Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert.
What?
My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist?
You checked your satchel. Sure enough, Arya's blood contract is completely disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live.
Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was gonna end.
Lucio, you can't seriously expect to.
Save your breath, Cuthbert, I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General's just committed regicide. Arrest him at once.
Goddamn, Lucio. I suppose that's that, then.
This doesn't really feel like something to celebrate.
I'm compelled to agree. I think that His Majesty was so far gone that he'd consort with a demon.
Also, he could save the common folk by giving himself unlimited power. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He truly wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of the pain he must have been feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You of all people know exactly how easily she can exploit that kind of weakness.
Nevertheless, it's apparent that there's no need to continue this trial. Although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You're all free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there's still much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will need to make arrangements to adapt. Till then, please refrain from discussing the events of today outside of these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now.
You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris was vanquished, temporarily, at least, and the patron no longer lives.
Hey,
Hi.
we won, didn't we? So why does this feel so...
Yeah, I feel the same way.
He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us and used Arya like a puppet. But I really wish we could have...
Changed his mind?
Yeah,
Sometimes people are beyond saving. And I think he made up his mind a long time ago. Sure sounded like it. Sure sounded like it. Man. Gotta admit, didn't see that coming. He knew what he was doing to Arya, and I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her.
I know. I just hope she's... Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left.
You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you.
Oh, Arya. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? What? If it's about your testimony, I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Ah, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when...
She suddenly stops talking before she mentions his name.
She doesn't trail off, her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops. It's as if she were a machine that ceased functioning.
Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all.
Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything.
Anyways, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert.
Yeah, I don't know that we're done.
I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave.
Yeah.
What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her?
I didn't see anything through the eye.
She must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. Guess I don't really blame her.
No, Celeste, I didn't see anything.
What?
I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I've used the eye to see the emotions of a countless amount of people. But I've never seen that before. It was like I was looking at a machine. But you're right. I should have said something. I'm going to... As you're about to chase after her, Celeste stops you.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, we actually hang out a lot outside of the trials. I think she might respond better to me.
You remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Alright, I suppose I'll let you have it. Once again, you remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Yeah, I think it's just like, she is doing a thing that, like, I sometimes like to go to when I'm voice acting a character that is just, like, so fucking emotionally devastated that they've got nothing left. They just go to a pure, like, cold place of logic. Like, I cannot allow myself to feel emotions, so I will just feel nothing. That's my read on it. I don't think this means, like, mechanical fake Arya. I don't think that's what they mean, but we'll see. We'll see. Though Robo Arya is interesting. Just, you know, keep it verbal.
What?
Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Tyrion's like,
Hey, don't fuck Arya, okay?
just go.
Alright, you weirdo.
It looks like you've gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as you'd hoped.
What do you mean she's gone? She was just here.
I'm sorry, Your Grace? You may not know what the future has in store for the two of you, but perhaps that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her... No, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that is completely chosen by you this time. Is that game? That can't be credits. No.
Damn it, Arya, where are you?
Oh.
Hello.
Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you.
No, it's fine.
You're looking for Miss Steelwind, aren't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but...
Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try talking to her.
Of course.
Rathalion?
Yes?
I'm not mad at you, you know?
What?
I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern, but because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. If I didn't live there, I would have never met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now I know that I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Miss McCoy.
Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I?
Right. Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two...
Oh wow, look at how late it is. I better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad. I mean, Scaled... just... bye.
She called herself my daughter. I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio.
Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me.
Yeah, Scaled Dad is pretty good.
You're looking up the sky. Are you looking at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now.
Oh, this is a nice CG of him.
You know, it was also a full moon outside on the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Yeah, they told me they thought it was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember, you jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciated you doing that. You're a really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Yeah, I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really gonna charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. I was serious about that. Damn it. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't sentence you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. Ugh, fine. I guess I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient. But I can understand the position you were put in. You'll do stupid things for love, after all.
Stupid.
Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about blood contracts after what happened to Beatrice. I'm an attorney for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. When I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet. My hands and my magic, he made me... I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible, and I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I think I've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that?
Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken with my associates in the press. The story we created should be printed as we speak.
I don't like this.
What kind of fake news we spread?
We're lying to the people of Wyverngard about what really happened. Not to mention this story paints me like I'm some kind of god.
I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. We told the people what actually happened.
They would never believe it. They think that his death was part of some sort of political conspiracy. And even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that.
Arya?
Shouldn't you be resting? Nonsense, I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes.
She said, still incredibly fucking depressed. She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her?
As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wyvern will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward. If we must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya. And as the newly appointed head of House Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule.
As will the Scaled Lord.
Celeste smiles in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly. Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyvern supports you too.
Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help.
Oh, right! I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that.
Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet?
We have more important things to worry about. I'm sure that she'll understand.
Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya.
Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down.
Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now! Everyone in Wyvern is going to read about it in the paper, including her!
Oh.
What's all of this noise about?
What, have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper, the Scaled Lord is returned!
What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wyverngard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Corlin Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster. While the profane demon was felled and defeated, the King and Crown Prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyverngard, the Scaled Lord appointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wyverngard. What? Again with the Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. There's a picture of her on the next page. Wait, what the fuck?
And the sea!
After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought a lot about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, your majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused.
I like this. Blend a little like epilogue with the credits.
I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls on people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that?
What a delightful game. It pissed me off a few times, but thoroughly awesome the whole way through. Loved voicing through this.
We'd never be able to do this if it weren't for your investment in our campaign. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Ratholm.
But more customers just means more work for me.
Man, we're just going over everyone.
I've been developing my necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've grown quite good at it.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown competent at it.
That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course.
Now, what I'm waiting for is a post-credit stinger where Eris swears her revenge, because the devs are working on a sequel.
I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing.
Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace.
Oh, Insane in the Rain Music! I know them. Well, not know them, but I know of them. That explains why there's been so many bangers.
What are you looking at, punk? Wait! Oh no, it's you! That crazy chick isn't with you, is she?
Why are you looking behind me, man? Ain't a waifu consultant.
Did you just call me crazy?
Oh lord! Run for it, Gavin!
That completely, like, I did not register that at all. Which, they have had a...
Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world.
Yeah, a lot has happened. Oh shit, occupation lead prosecutor. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad to see the refinery is doing well.
Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that.
You're quite the... What did Her Majesty call you? An angel investor.
Yes, that's it.
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. And we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices.
Oh, I think I like the sound of that.
Yeah, investment for the crown. You're not going to beat that. Tyrion becoming a prosecutor makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense.
I still have much to learn about leading a noble house, but I hope I can bring House Sprague and Wyverngard to a brighter future. I think it's about time we ended the constant feuding between the Steelwinds and the Fregas. I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction.
Tracker will do his best to help Queen.
I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think...
That's the gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold.
Laugh track. All the VAs they had for the little voice clips did a great job. And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
What? Did you just lose?
No! I demand a rematch!
Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake.
I'm glad I let him keep those armbands. God damn it. Yeah, there wasn't much VA baked into the game, but what they had there was very good. I liked it.
To think the Scaled Lord would sacrifice his daughter for the good of our kingdom.
Leon, I want this job.
Such humility, such self-sacrifice.
I'm literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying.
Sorry.
Nah, as long as I have you with me, I'm happy.
All the way down. See what everyone's up to. I know you're gonna show me Eris.
You may have everyone else fooled, but I know how this story goes. A mage is still a mage, and a noble is still a noble.
Come on, don't be like that.
Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. But I ain't holding my breath.
I suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power. But we are going to fix this kingdom, and we're going to do it within the confines of the law. Oh, Commander White. You were a good gumshoe stand-in.
I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. We should probably hire a therapist.
Yeah, do. The boy ain't right. Oh, thanking the crowdfunders. Oh.
Are you okay? Yes, I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. Deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy about all this. No, I also see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Wyverngard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be no good. No lasting peace or justice could have that as his foundation. That's surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Asta.
Yeah, Aster absolutely flew under my radar. He was too, like, dorkly adorable for me to think he was sus. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that?
Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial?
Yeah, I suppose you have a point.
Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone.
Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya?
Hey, you're the one that wanted to be lead prosecutor.
I'm only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement.
Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office.
Yeah, she's like, if you ever get tired nailing that Dragussi.
I see they allowed you to keep your axe.
I thought I asked you to stop visiting me.
You did. I merely chose to ignore you.
The guy's impertinence is rubbing off on you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I am glad to see you in such good spirits. Suppose I underestimated.
Aw.
She gets some credit. Surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, we kinda need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine. I'm almost proud of you two. Although, I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet.
She did mention something about her father killing him. Maybe she's getting some blowback from other demons.
What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving?
Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You are not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you grounding me?
If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one.
I swear, when I get out of here...
What have I told you about speaking in future tense?
She's demon grounded.
Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom?
Oh, I forgot about her mom. Hello, ma'am.
It was your father's, and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom! So stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom!
Babies ever after, for sure. Still be like, what?
So, I was wondering... You've lived for a really long time, right?
I have.
Do I have any siblings?
No, I'm sorry. There was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across the centuries, when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle that you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone.
I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time on Arya that she is basically my sister. And Tyrion, well...
Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert.
Don't you dare!
He's like Rax dragon shotgun. If you're going to date my daughter.
So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname?
Who knows? It could have been anyone.
Tyrion? You don't like it? I could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that.
But where are your scales? Maybe I don't want to know where you... never mind. Oh, ahoy, Cuthbert. I have everything ready for tonight.
What?
It's nothing. Pretend like you don't know anything. What? Oh, I see. So it's for her.
What are you doing?
It's a surprise.
Alright, whatever you say.
Sorry, my sinuses are acting up like crazy. Police dog from the future.
Hey, why'd you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive.
Oh yeah, he's totally about to propose. Come on, it's a surprise.
Wait, is that a boat? Are you gonna be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness.
Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before.
Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe?
Yeah, there will be plenty of light soon.
Soon?
In about 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Right on schedule.
You knew this would happen?
During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Ornax become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their homes. And those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. It lights up the entire city.
You're such a nerd.
But it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, it is.
My mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only other person I've ever shown this to.
Oh. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this.
Yeah, me too.
It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter and you're a lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other.
At least we're together now. You have something to remember whenever we're apart.
Yeah, this is so sweet. I love him so much.
What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste.
What do you... it's been so long I forgot to...
Is something wrong? She's always had a habit of teasing you. So you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other end for once.
I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I know this is a really rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes.
I love you too, Celeste.
Okay.
You try to inch closer to her, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. But there is one way to make her meet your gaze.
Tyrion, I...
Do you not want this?
Of course I do. I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before.
Your faces inch closer to each other. Yeah! You two may never be able to go back to your old lives. But moments like this make everything worth it.
You'll always keep your promise, right?
No matter what happens, No matter where each of us goes, we'll go there together.
Good. Sorry. This is all a little too much. I'm feeling a little lightheaded.
Take all the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world.
Have you heard about what happened in Wyverngard?
Is that why you've called me here? This could have been in an email, Arch Sentinel.
This is serious. How did we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility. High Inquisitor.
Frey Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And he's just one Heavensborn.
Ilya, he brought the Lord of the Sixth to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea how much of the amount of damage they could have done to the multiverse there?
You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine.
Ilya, he has the Eye of Odin.
What?
I checked the data my drones collected. These readings, they're exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened its power, albeit briefly, and he did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. We must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well.
Come on, that's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane.
The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces. He knows, Ilya. You know better than anyone else.
Yeah, it is weird that they have email. That is weird.
Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved.
Alright, you win. I'll look into this.
Exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what we did with Frey,
I know. It could mean war with Wyverngard.
Ilya, it could mean war with the entire Outer Planes.
To be continued. You know what? You earned that sequel hook game. I'll be here to play Tyrion Cuthbert 2, Electric Boogaloo. Cool. Well, that's the game. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time may be for you. You're watching these VODs after the fact. I see you. I appreciate you. I hope you've been enjoying this, or you've enjoyed this series as much as I have. It drove me absolutely goddamn crazy that I had to wait this long to finally finish it up. There will be a new game on Sundays now. I need to look over my list, but it's between a couple at this point. It's between a couple. But I have enjoyed this very thoroughly. I think this game does a very good job. I think it builds on the legacy of Ace Attorney very well. Uses the magic elements pretty good. Yeah, my brain broken. Live for 5 hours does things to my thoughts. This has been great, but that's going to do it for me, and I believe I'm going to send a raid over to... who we got? How about Cerulean Skies? He's playing a Dragon Quest game. Dragon Quest 4. Good dude. I lurk in his chat quite a lot, so say hi to him. And until the next time we see each other, which will be Wednesday, with me continuing on Arzette the Jewel of Faramore, that CDI Zelda-like game. God help me. My name's Vimbert, and I'll see you around the internets.